Ladies and gentlemen, rolling into the ring right now of our Junior ABGA National Percentage Doe shows, class number 1, Junior Percentage Does of 0 to 3 months. There are 25 entries in this first class. Our 9th place exhibitor will undergo our random testing after the show. We'll take this time to introduce our judges for this show. Our first judge is Mr. Terry Burks. Terry's a retired professor of English Studies from Chifeng University in the People's Republic of China. Prior to that, he was employed by the Kentucky Department of Agriculture in the Division of Show and Fair Promotion, where he served as the educational coordinator and worked as a federal livestock grader. Terry taught adult agricultural for eight years in the Kentucky Community College system and was also the owner of Dynasty Club Lambs and Meat Goats. Terry received his bachelor's degree and master's degree in the area of animal science from Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green, Kentucky. He has judged over 1,200 junior and open livestock shows in 43 states. Some of his shows include Houston, San Antonio, Fort Worth, Dallas, San Angelo, the Great American International, the American Royal, the National Western, the Great Western, Oklahoma Youth Expo, the Keystone International, and many, many more. He has judged fairs in 28 different states and has also judged numerous county, regional, and jackpot shows nationwide. Terry has served on numerous judging committees across the U.S., including the National 4-H, Junior College, and Senior College contests at NAIL, as well as serving as the sheep and goat chairman at the National FFA Livestock Judging CDE. Terry and his wife Alice reside in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Give a warm welcome to our judge, Terry Burks. Our next judge is Mr. Nick Hammett. Nick, along with his wife Rebecca and his son Cole and daughter Lauren, make their home in Ashland, Missouri, seeking a family activity in the livestock industry. They started as COLA show goats in 2013, where they raised and showed ABGA registered goats around the country. In 2020, they rebranded and are now known as Hammett Showstock, focusing on raising wethers and commercial show doe prospects. After obtaining degrees from the University of Missouri and Colorado State University, Nick has spent his career in the beef industry. Nick currently works for Neogen, where he markets beef cattle genomic testing. He particularly enjoys assisting producers in turning data into sustainable and profitable management decisions and hopes to assist the goat industry in developing those same opportunities. Nick judged the ABGA Open show in 2018, the National Market and Commercial Doe in 2021, and the first 2 ABGA National Carcass contests in 2022 and 2023. A warm welcome for Mr. Nick Hammett. Your third judge tonight is Mr. Josh Steffens from Elkland, Missouri. He has been raising, breeding, and showing boar goats since 1999. Josh has exhibited poultry, commercial, and registered cattle. Josh's pastimes include long walks in the pasture, listening to classic rock, including hits from Mike and the Mechanics, contemplating the theories of quantum physics while driving his 2015 Ram 2500 pickup, all the while avoiding caffeine. Give a warm welcome to Mr. Josh Steffens. We'll go ahead and dismiss the rail here on class number 1 of our junior percentage does.
Sorry. Just calling how it is.
Yeah, if these guys get sick, tell me Jackie had to get back in.
If these guys what?
Then we're all
They
gonna
get
have a
sick,
huge
tell me
slumber
Jackie
party
had to get
together
back in.
because we're gonna be here all night long.
So like when I entered
All night long, night for Richie.
Yeah, I know that one too.
So when I interned for OIE, I interned during COVID year when everything got shut down and they had like an underground pig show and it started at midnight and we like just like showed pigs through the night because then like the facility had to shut down at like 8 a.m. So we had to get all those pigs there. It was like 3,000 heads starting at midnight.
Oh no.
Underground pig show. That sounds like a frat party or something.
That's what they had to call it because COVID shut us down. They had all these bears there and it was yeah, but what do you think for sure? Oklahoma, I can do Oklahoma. Oklahoma State Fair, Travis Congress, Florida. I got one for Brotherhood. First time.
My thing is, I'm having like a midlife crisis because I thought I knew what I
20. Midlife
19,
crisis.
19,
19.
20 lucky days. But I thought I knew what I wanted to do, but I just want to do so much with them. I like so many different things. Like I love this. Like I love like being with the kids and like doing, but I just have so many questions. I don't know what to do.
And then it doesn't hurt though to try out different things. So.
Right.
Like you don't, just because you start with one thing doesn't mean you have to do it.
True. That's too expensive. I don't think I could do this.
At first glance, you would think that's Sour Patch, but that's some soul patch.
Alright.
So they sound like headphones right there.
Okay, I thought that too.
And I said, no, there's no way. Okay. I'm glad we said it.
Fancy.
You get your picture made and I'll put them off. I'll save them from you. Where's the candle at? I'm here in front of the candle.
Oh, are
No, the video camera.
It's right over there.
Okay, we just don't want to get in front of it. If they're going.
This one wanted spots this morning, and this was correct on this paper. It's not correct on this paper.
Well, it's showing right now.
And the same goat wanted spots this morning.
Okay. Where's that? Oh, wait.
Just getting shitty out.
Picture?
Checking. Sorry, I don't even know. Oh, where's that? There.
We got a red note paper from this morning.
I don't see it.
from this morning?
Yeah. The percentage show.
Let me go back down and find it here.
What's the red?
It says 3001. Oh, the registration number?
Oh wait, am I on my personal?
Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasure to join you this evening here in Louisville. We're going to start off with the 0 to 3 class of percentage does with a gentleman's traditional colored doe, one that we find exceptional in terms of her bone work from the ground up. She, in this particular class, brings us the most natural base width from end to end. She's super refined through that front third. Where she exceeds and excels the individual that follows directly behind her is in that base width, and then when you get your hands on them, she opens up just extremely well in terms of her turn to the rib and her hind saddle and the shape to that hip from hook to pin. Just a really phenomenal doe. We move into our second place, an individual that is just super expressive in terms of her muscle type and dimension, one that we really appreciate for that aspect. As we evaluate them and compare them piece for piece and part for part, she's one that becomes just a notch narrower at the base, especially in that front third compared to our class winner. Now, we just absolutely love the smoothness that she brings to us, especially from the side profile as she moves out of that neck shoulder junction and across her top line. A doe that has a tremendous hip set to her. Beautiful individual. We move into third place, our black doe of the class, one that is just phenomenal, again, in terms of muscle type and dimension. She, for us, even though she is just a tick smaller than the two does ahead of her, I think is complete in her own right. What we'd like to improve on this doe is some flexibility and some dimension in that stifle. She gets just a notch straight for us in that rear leg, but a doe that's just phenomenal in many other rights. Individual that follows her, a doe that is just the epitome of classy and elegance. An individual that's long-sided, tall-fronted. She's just stretched out and elevated in every portion and still brings us some forearm, some hip shape. But as we compare her to the does above her, she just becomes flatter and a little sharper over the top, over her shoulders. She just doesn't have quite the dimension and capacity compared to those does. Same could be said for the individual that follows her, one that caught our eye right as they came into the class, a doe that moves really well. She just profiles wonderfully. However, when we put our hands on her again in comparison to the remainder of this class, she's one that just gets a little sharper over that shoulder, and we're talking about maturity here. She's just not quite as mature in her muscle type and dimension as those does that precede her in this group. Moving to our gentleman's red doe. One that we find muscular, we find her opened up in terms of her skeletal build. Again, one that's green today compared to the top end of the class. I would like to elevate her at her pin set. One that falls off from hooks to pins a little bit compared to the does that stand above her. Just gets a little bit steep out of that hip, but still a nice doe. Young lady's doe that follows her. In terms of type and comparison, an individual that's got some depth of side to her. We like the rib shape that she carries. Again, one that's not bringing us quite as much muscle over the top portion of that skeleton, and a doe that we would like to see a little bit more length of body. In terms of balance, she's deep and she's got some rib shape. She gets a little shorter coupled from end to end. The gentleman's black-headed doe, one that's just super cool to watch, super cool to see on profile, maybe a touch terminal in her overall design, but just a super neat little doe. She just gets out-horsed in this group. One that's probably one of the youngest in the class, and that's just an unfortunate kick in this particular class today. I think a doe that's got a load of potential to her. Nice individual. Young gentleman's doe, that follows. One that's just really clean and true, an individual that doesn't have really any issue, one particular downfall issue. She just needs some time and some maturity to move any higher in this particular class today. Really tough set of does, especially coming out to start the percentage show. Congratulations.
Congratulations again to our exhibitors here in Class 1 of our junior percentage does. Our 10th place exhibitor is Tyler Stolifer, showing BWF 5 Tequila Sunrise. 9th place goes to Clayton Knotts, showing ERL Higher Power. Your 8th place exhibitor is Lincoln Dykoff, showing PF08 Take a Bow. 7th place is Callie Yates, showing KDCL Melania. 6th place is Colton Westfall, showing RBMG Hidasta. 5th place goes to Lydia Mills, showing LRM9 Redneck Woman. Your 4th place exhibitor is Tegan Walker with T-Walk Missin' Inc. Your 3rd place goes to Lindsay Van Wyck, showing PF08 Soul Patch. 2nd place exhibitor was Olivia Ritchie, showing T-Walk Vogue. And 1st place goes to Court McNear, showing K2R Booty Call. That's the results of class number 1. We'll roll into class number 2 now. These are junior percentage does 3 to 6 months. There are 21 entries in this class. Our fourth place exhibitor will undergo our random testing.
Well, really a beautiful set of females in this particular drive, and I think, yet there's quite a bit of variation when you get into this set phenotypically and you've set into them. We think the doe that's going to lead out the class, we understand she's the most mature appearing one when you get her out here. But just in terms of three-dimensional shape, she dominates the class in terms of power. That is a massive chested, heavy-boned one that's got a tremendous amount of center body and center rib shape. We like that female from that perspective. To be just a nickel critical, we'd level her right out behind her shoulder, just ever so slightly, square just a notch out of her hip. But that's a powerful beast that's got an impressive look when you get her out here. We like a lot of things about the doe in second. She's one who's really, really straight line. She's true in her spine. We love the extra extension and levelness of rump in that female. Our issue with her just a little bit is that she just ties too deep through her chest and her front end when you get into her. We'd like to pull the neck out of the apex of her shoulder just a little bit, but you're talking about a big hip, square-rumped one. It's got some feature to her. We like that one quite well. Now, if you're looking for one who's just a little more gorgeous through her front third, that's the dapple-fronted doe in third. She's just exquisite through her head, neck, and shoulder. We love her from that standpoint. Here's a female that's really, really attractive when you get her out here. You set this one in motion, and she gets just a little more two-dimensional in terms of her basic shape and natural base width. One for us that at times she wants to drop out of her front end. But I think when you get this one propped up, man, there's a lot of good in that female, just from a look and balance and quality standpoint. The black dapple comes to us with more power. We like her bone. We like her feature, just in terms of power in that gal. For us, she gets just a little coarser, just a little plainer in her kind. It's her rear leg set and angle to her hock we'd like to change the most on that one, but I think a quality female nonetheless. The Cape Doe's one that I think you have to appreciate. When she'll relax out here, that one could move up. But too many times, both on the move and on the stand, here's one that wants to tie in her spine. She comes up in her top. We'd just like to make her more comfortable in terms of her design out here to go ahead and feel comfortable getting her in a higher place. The doe that's going to come next, really an intriguing one for us. That is a big-bodied, big-ribbed one. It's tremendously high-performing. We love her chest and her mass. For us, sweetheart, she's just too soft past her. We'd like to set her up on those rear feet just a little bit, but we do appreciate all the quality she's got. Time will tell how longevity is going to fit into that one. The red paint that's going to come out next. Now, that's the exotic necked one, just in terms of front end and head quality. We love her in terms of her attractiveness. Super late maturing one. Gets just a little harder rib, just a little shallower bodied today, but I think one that's got some future as she goes ahead and matures. Bigger bodied one, the young man's going to drop out next. Here's one for us that just gets too straight in her skeleton on both ends. She's too upright in her shoulder. She sets a bit forward in her knee. I got to give her more comfort off of her rear too. The red doe one who probably is a little more functional in terms of knee and shoulder angle, but just gets a little flatter ribbed and a little harder doing for us. As you go on down the class, quality goats, guys, way down. We just start to run into some structural issues. We run into does that don't quite have the performance and mass we see on the top end. Give these kids a nice round of applause, if you would.
Congratulations again to our exhibitors here in Class 2 today. Our junior percentage does, the 3 to 6 month category. The top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Charlie Durham, showing MPFLC Reba. 9th place was Aubrey Hubler, showing HSGMG, Playing with Fire. 8th place goes to Alex LeConte, showing LPVA Majors Elegant Lady Liberty. 7th place goes to Remington York with Two Farm Arlene Legacy. 6th place was Layla Baker, showing TRBK Pimp's Pretty Little Poison. 5th place is Tyler Stollifer with BWF5, Nothing But Trouble. 4th place exhibitor is Laney Joe Adams with LJLA Make 'Em Look. 3rd place goes to Logan Fife with LTF6 Wondering Noise. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Grace Ellis with EFG Ellis's Queen Elizabeth. And 1st place exhibitor is also Grace Ellis with EFG Ellis's Catherine the Great. That is your results of Class number 2. Junior percentage does of 3 to 6 months. We are now moving on to Class 3, the second class of junior percentage does, 3 to 6 months. We do have 22 entries in class number 3.
to you. I even tried to haze them off. Yeah.
Nice class of does here. A lot of differences.
Trying to make this go faster. I appreciate it, but I'm tired.
Now they'll let me talk. Nice class of does here. Really a lot of differences in this class to talk about, but I think the one that we're going to start the class with works her way to the top pretty handily. She's just a really complete individual, wide-chested, carries that down through her full rib all the way back to her pins, down to the ground when you get around behind her. Something I really appreciate about her is how wide and square this doe tracks out as she's moving away from you, but she combines that in a really attractive package, really smooth in her transitions. Nice doe to lead out with. Young man's brown-headed doe here in second, really tall up front, it long in that front end, nice down that top line, maybe not quite as wide at the pins, definitely not quite as wide at the stifle and hocks as you get around behind her as a doe that leads out the class, but you like her added extension, you like the added length of body from a profile. Red doe we wound up with in third. You like her with the chest, you like the expansion to the rib cage, would sure like to clean up and lengthen up that neck a little bit. When you get your hands on her, not quite as wide loined as I thought she was going to be. She's carrying plenty of condition for her age, but a doe that just to look at her, you like the nice, functional, practical look. Big doe that winds up in the fourth hole. She's plenty big for me. She's really tall, but she's also big-footed, big bone. Got a huge top in her. When you get your hands on her, just a little narrower and flatter through that forerib than we'd ideally like to see her, and plenty of size for her age here. The red paint doe that comes out here in the fourth hole, you like the fact that she's wide-chested. She's got some expansion and curvature to that rib cage. Gets a little weaker in her top line, but she does set up wide and square when you get around behind her. Young man with the dark-headed doe here, you really like how sharp and clean that neck is. You like how just level it, how easily she blends in that shoulder and that shoulder rib junction. You like the levelness down that top line, just gives up quite a bit of power, quite a bit of muscle compared to the does that were up above her today. This paint doe wound up working her way a long way. She was one of the last ones to get pulled, but she just winds up being long-sided, wide, square, functional. Gets a little high in her twist, would like to see more shape to her leg when you get around behind her, but skeletally, the way she's designed, she just has a lot of things right about her in this class. The red doe that comes out next, again, another one that's long-sided, deep rib, maybe like to level up that top line, level up her hip a little bit, definitely give her a shot of muscle. Little brown rump doe that comes out next, would just like to see her relax and get a little smoother in the way that neck transitions into that shoulder. Gets a little short in her hip, just comes up a little small out here compared to some of the does that were up above her today. Young man's doe coming out next, again, another little paint doe that just comes up a little small compared to some of the bigger, heavier does that were out here. You love the levelness, you love the sharpness. Then we get into some does that are maybe just a little plainer, a little flatter, a little weaker down that top line, maybe not quite the eye appeal of some of the does on the top end of this class, but a nice set of does for these youngsters. Let's give them a hand for bringing out a nice class today.
Great job here in class number 3 of our junior percentage does at 3 to 6 months. Our top 10 are as follows. In 10th place in Colton Westfall, showing BAB4 Lady Luck. Your 9th place exhibitor was Olivia Rosemeyer, showing T-Walk Girls Got Issues. 8th place goes to Allie Gurley, showing AK2 Redhead Girl. 7th place was Adeline Hefner, showing Dirty Honey. Your 6th place exhibitor is Lincoln Dykoff, showing PFO8 Short Trip. 5th place goes to Allie Gurley, showing AK2 Linda Lou. Your 4th place exhibitor is Henry Deach, showing Knox's Mellow Itsy Bitsy. 3rd place goes to Lindsay Van Wyck, showing DTF VW Tango's Fireball. Your 2nd place exhibitor is Colton Danke, showing D2 Boards Shirley Temple. And 1st place goes to Tegan Walker with T-Walk Pocket Full of Sunshine. That wraps up class number 3. Junior percentage does of 3 to 6 months. We now have class 4 in the ring right now. We have 11 entries in class number 4.
here in our 6 to 9 percentage doe class. Phenomenal set of does out here as we made some sort and moved some things out of the class. We're going to move into this group with 2 does that are probably the greenest and probably youngest in this set. But of the 3 of us, our discussion out here, we think these does move the most fluidly and correctly. They have some of the better breed character out here in the class. We just read them as true and towards the younger end of the class. The doe that's going to start the class, when you profile this individual, she's clean, she's true, she's elegant, she's got great breed character, a really smooth, pretty made doe that we see as an individual that can be functional and correct for a long time. A doe that has a lot of longevity and a lot of future to her. We move into the doe that follows her, one that's perhaps a notch more elevated and extended and a little bit longer in terms of that top line and that side profile. She just gets a little bit more uneven in her top line. She's not as smooth coming out of that shoulder. We like the bone in the forearm that she's got, but she gets a little bit more tubular too compared to the doe that stands above her. Now, we move into a set of does here behind our first pair. This light colored paint doe. If you want to talk about dimension, muscularity, shape over the top, she's got all of that. But when you evaluate them and we talk about balance and then we talk about breed character, she's a doe that just doesn't get around the ring real good either. She's a doe that gets lower to the ground, smaller, more compact made in terms of her balance, an individual that gets a little more outside on that front end. We'd like to trim her in at that shoulder, maybe make her a little more correct in that front third. A doe that while we appreciate that shape through the center third, we want to stretch her out. We want to see her move a lot better. Same could be said for the 2 does that follow her. Individuals that you absolutely have to appreciate for their depth, for their volume, for their length of side. We just need better tracking, better rear structure on these 2 individuals. And kind of opposites in their rear structure. The young lady's doe here to the right, one that just steps and sets way outside of herself as she moves away from us. And the gentleman's doe, kind of the opposite, comes up in underneath of herself. But individuals that certainly have good qualities, we just like to tweak a few things about them. As we move on down in the class, gentleman's doe, traditional individual, one that's got some length of side. We appreciate the levelness that she has over that top line. She's just one that gets narrower and straighter off of both ends. She gets straighter through that stifle. She just doesn't have that expression and just doesn't fit together as nicely as we'd like her to. The red doe that follows her, one that we appreciate, again, the depth of side, the shape to her rib, but one that really doesn't level up over her top line and gets quite a bit flatter and plainer in her rear third design. The doe that's going to round out the group, probably just a really elevated and extended feminine type female, but one that just doesn't have the shape, just doesn't have the muscularity. She's really high in that twist. We'd just like to power her down in that rear third, especially to move her any higher.
Our results of class number 4 of our junior percentage does, 6 to 9 months. Our 8th place exhibitor was Cole Spurlock, showing ROR1 Razzmatazz. 7th place goes to Bailey Brumfield, showing NF3 Newton Farms World on Fire. Your 6th place exhibitor is Eli Merrill with NF3 Newton Farms Pineapple Express. 5th place was Tucker Llewellyn with 1 Hayes KYBF Athena. 4th place was Logan Holland with 1 Hayes KYBF Azalea. Your 3rd place exhibitor, Tegan Walker, with T-Walk Just to Paint. 2nd place goes to Harper Hess with RRODE Nevada. And your top exhibitor, Class 4, was Brenna Whitlow with Royals Ryland. Again, as a reminder, our junior percentage pairs will follow the junior drive. Junior percentage pairs will follow the junior drive. Nancy Tartaglia, if you're in the house, we have some personal items up here on the announcer's booth for you. Nancy Tartaglia, if you're here, we have some items of yours up on the announcer's booth. As we are watching class number 5 of our junior percentage does, 9 to 12 months in the ring right now, we'll ask our first 4 classes, those winners from classes 1 through 4, if they could make their way over to the holding area. Please, at this time, that would be fine. After class 5, we'll have our junior percentage drive, followed by our junior pairs. We are looking for our Class 1 and Class 2 winners. Of our junior percentage winners, please come to that holding area. Class 1 and Class 2 winners to that holding area. Thanks.
Well, really an intriguing set of females in this particular class. And I think when you get into this set and you dive down through them, we find a tremendous amount of variation phenotypically in this set. And I still don't know that we have the bulletproof one when it's all said and done, but we sure have some quality on the top end. I think some unique breeding pieces when we get into them. The red-tailed doe, we think, is one that's pretty unique out here. You evaluate her in relation to her contemporary that stands second to her. She's just more collected skeletally. She holds herself together better behind her shoulder. She's one that's more athletic. I think when you set her in motion, she's just laid in more correctly in terms of angle of shoulder and how her shoulder lays into her forerib for us. We think just a real nice kind of female to win the class. The female in second's one that just kept growing on us. Now, we will agree she's not good enough behind her shoulder. She just gets a little too loose in terms of her spine. But you talking about an exotic neck, massive hip, big top, big bellied one that's got a lot of good in her. She's got all that in a bag of chips, girl. We like that one really well. We'd just like to fix her right behind her shoulder, just a little bit. The doe in third's one we think that's got some really unique pieces. Now, you're talking about one who is exotic necked. She is that and a lot more. We love this one in terms of her basic profile when you get her out here. Our debate on this female was, does she have enough three-dimensional shape? Is she opened up enough underneath? Does she have enough power? We love her from this view. I think that's an intriguing female. Got lots of good in her. We just got to put a little more female in her from a body standpoint. We got more body in the doe that's going to come next. She is a big old burly one that handles with a massive loin edge in her when you get onto her. Heavy boned, big chested one. Our debate on her, young man, is she's a little bit like me. She's been on the feed bucket just a little bit heavy. We'd like to lean that one up and freshen her just a little bit. And we think that will balance her through her chest and her front end just a little bit. She's one, as she goes away from us, is the third narrowest one of the set on the top end. And we'd just like to put a little more power down low in that one. Now, the kind of chromed up female that's going to come next, we can all agree that one's just a little more mature in her kind. You can see it in her horn. You can see it in her head. You can see it in her mouth. She is a massive boned beast. Now, she is heavy boned. She is big-footed. She's stout-featured. She just gets a little plainer right through her front end in her kind. We'd like to change this one just in terms of front end quality for us. Make her just a little more ladylike in her kind. The paint that's going to come next, all three of these red does are kind of a bag of chips here with this set. We chose to use the paint one to come next. She is the bigger backed one. She's the one that probably gets out and moves just a little more athletically when you set her in motion. We'd like to neaten her through her breastplate and her chest just a little bit. Here's one we'd like to freshen and lean. The leaner options coming next. We like the light-colored one extremely well. And initially, I think all three of us probably kind of had her pretty quick on the pull. And then you get a hold of her, and she doesn't handle with the power up high quite like we'd like to see. We'd sure like to make her more collected out of her hock and hind leg in terms of giving her more authority as she hits the ground. The red one that's going to come next, really, I think from an external look back into this one, she's pretty intriguing. She's got some body shape. She's got some power when you get into her. And then you get underneath her, and here's the narrowest tracking of the three. She just narrows up too much. She gets just a little frailer, just a little finer featured for us, but still a beautiful red female that's got some quality in her. The traditional doe that's going to come out next. Now, she's a more moderate one when you get into her. She obviously has an advantage in terms of bone and circumference of foot and power, but she just gets too coarse-fronted. We'd like to just make her more ladylike through her front third. You set her in motion, you see the issue. She's too short in her step off both ends of her skeleton. And then we got the black-headed one that's going to drop out next. That one is pretty radical in terms of her front end design, but you can see the issue. She gets pretty tight and restricted out of her hip and hind leg. Here's one that's got a touch more cover on her than her needs. She needs to be laid back in her shoulder. The red paint that's going to drop out next, still a nice doe in her own right. She gets a little more concave from the base of her shoulder down to the ground for us. One that we'd like to square up through her hip and open her to her pin placement. What a phenomenal class, guys. Our congratulations to each of you.
Congratulations to our Class winners of class number 5, junior percentage does of 9 to 12 months. The results are as follows. In 10th place was Jalen Rogers, showing She Says I Swear. 9th place goes to Court McNear, showing KKEM Believe Me. Your 8th place exhibitor is Grace Ellis, showing EFG Ellis's Four Roses. 7th place was Olivia Ritchie with BSMF Desert Lava. Your 6th place exhibitor goes to Audrey Poling with W2A Farms Queen of Fire. Your 5th place exhibitor, Delaney Zoss with KKEM Believer. 4th place was Grace Ellis with EFG Ellis's Shoot for the Stars. 3rd place, Allie Gurley with AK2 Lily. Also, 2nd place was Allie Gurley with AK2 Rosemary. And your top exhibitor here in class number 5, junior percentage does of 9 to 12 months, was Bailey Lamb with Bay's Just a Little Rouge. We now have all the class winners from classes 1 through 5. This is your junior division percentage doe drive. Junior pairs, if you could kindly line up in the holding area. Junior pairs, please kindly line up in the holding area. Thank you.
Nice junior division drive here. A lot of differences. I wouldn't say we found our absolute type in every single class, so there's a little bit of differences here, but all of them have some really good characteristics. They won really big classes. They're all really good goats. So to say, you know, that one of them out here is not good would be a fallacy. All, how many are there? 10 of them out here are really nice females. You know, I think as we boiled it down, we go looking for those complete ones, and we go looking for ones that have some soundness, some breed character, some longevity in them. Of course, we like them to look good, but we also like them stout-made, wide-chested, big-ribbed, wide at the pins, wide when they're out tracking around, and I think we also break it down to the skeleton. We start looking at those skulls, start looking at the way that animal's actually structured, and I think the one that we land on that we've decided has the most good is the doe that came out of our last class right here, this red-tailed doe. She's going to be your champion today. You can be happy. It's okay. And I think as we go looking for that reserve, there's another one out here that's just really unique, super, just cobra fronted, really neat in that head and neck. Love her from the front end looking back. Would like to see a shot more inner leg to her, but that's this red tag doe that came out of this second class right here. She'll be reserved.
Congratulations to Grace Ellis, showing the reserve champion of EFG Ellis's Catherine the Great. Your champion, junior percentage doe, comes out of the 9 to 12 class, shown by Bailey Lamb with bays Just a Little Rouge. We have our junior pairs lined up. We'll be bringing those junior pairs into the ring here in just a minute. As soon as we get our junior pairs lined up, we will start our junior pair show. Followed by class number 6, our yearling percentage does can go ahead and get lined up as soon as those junior pairs get into the ring. Going to remind everybody again that that live preview for the National Invitational Sale will be tonight immediately after the ABGA Junior, the Junior ABGA Percentage Dough Show. That'll take place here in the show ring. Stay afterwards and see which lot you would like to purchase in that sale. That auction takes place Tuesday night, 6:30 in Newmarket Hall, the National Invitational Sale. Also, Nancy Tartaglia, if you're in the house, if you're missing your wallet, it's up here on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, your junior pairs, your grand champion is Grace Ellis. Your reserve champion junior pairs is Tegan Walker. We should have our Class 6 participants lined up in the holding area. We'll be bringing in Class 6 here momentarily. And for those of you watching us on the World Wide Web, brought to you by Shorebarn Flicks, you are now watching Class 6 walk into the ring. This is your yearling percentage does, 12 to 16 months. There are 31 entries in this class. There's no random drug testing pull for Class 6. Once again, stick around afterwards. National Invitational Sale preview will happen right after the show, right here in this ring. The judges have made their decisions. They filled their quota. They will now dismiss the rail here in class number 6. And as they make their final decisions, we will have class 7 lined up here in the holding area. Class number 7, if you're in the area.
Beautiful set of yearling does here. We're going to start with this set of paint does up here in the front. The individual that's going to win the class, a doe that kind of works her way to the top in terms of natural base width, ease of movement, and then width through that hind saddle and hip. A doe that's got plenty of natural muscling about her. She's not quite the smoothest over that shoulder. We might like to tweak her a little bit there, but just a really nice doe. Moving to our second place individual, one that's super elevated, tall fronted, a doe that gives us a little bit of added length of side. She's not quite as wide fronted as our class winner, although we love the depth of body that she has. We'd like to trim her up some and change that aspect just a little bit in terms of her condition. And as we move in behind her, a doe that just doesn't carry quite the width and expression in that hip, as does our class winner. Our third place individual, we absolutely love this doe for her depth, for her roundness, for her shape, for her capacity, and the width and expression that she has over that top portion of her skeleton as well is phenomenal. She gets a little shorter fronted. That is to say, a little shorter in her neck, just doesn't have quite the extension. And then as we move behind, a doe that doesn't move quite as free and easy away from us as do the two class winners. The doe that follows her in fourth place, an individual that is expressive. She is muscular. She's a little more compact than any of the three that stand above her today. We read this doe as super round, super fresh, but we'd like to give her a little bit more angulation out of that shoulder. And out of that rear leg set. She's one that just comes to the ground really straight off of both ends. We'd just like to see a little more natural flexibility in that skeletal design for this doe. Young lady's doe that follows her, we were out here discussing an individual that is beautiful from the profile, a doe that has an exquisitely level top. She's up-fronted, she's big-boned, big-footed, big forearmed, a doe that has plenty of natural rib shape to her, and we just absolutely love the length of side, the length of hip. But when we get behind her, she just doesn't track good enough to move any higher in this particular class. So many things to love about that doe. We just like to fix the rear legs. Same thing to say coming for the two does that follow her. Individuals that you absolutely love, their mass, their expression, their depth of body, depth of side, their rib shape, but we just need them to move better off of those rear legs. Individuals that just bring their hock in too much for us to move them any higher in this particular class. And it seems to be a prevailing issue. I'm not just going to beat it to death in this class, but we have that same issue further in the class as well. Does that we, again, love the expression, love the depth of side, the turn to that rib. We just need to see them move better. Our pair of red does... Excuse me, our pair of red does that come next. You know, we appreciate the fresh, true, honest condition and appearance and prep that they come to us into this ring with. Does that, you know, there's no fluff, there's nothing hidden, and you love just the natural, fresh shape and design and appeal to them. For that, they just get a little bit naturally finer in their bone work. They're just not quite as powerful in terms of their skeletal build and design. Individuals that don't have quite the expression and muscularity out of that rear leg perhaps get a little straighter through that stifle and steeper in their hip. But individuals that we read as super functional, sound-made does as well. Gentleman's doe that follows, the tall-made, black-headed doe, one that's super long-sided and elevated. She just gets plainer in her overall design. She doesn't have the roundness, the turn to the rib, the expression off of both ends, but really nice set of does as we round out this class. Individuals that, again, we'd just like to see them move a little bit better is our prevailing comment on this set. Congratulations, phenomenal set of does.
Congratulations again to our exhibitors here in class number 6. Yearling percentage does of 12 to 16 months. Our top 10 are as follows. 10th place was Nolan Smith with 5 SMG flying first class. 9th place goes to Brinley Durham with Jolly Farms Who's Red Hot. 8th place is Logan Holland with KDCL Porsche's Night Drive. Your 7th place exhibitor is Lizzie Hefner with Cricket. 6th place goes to Emma Deffenbach with Maddie TRV Shockingly Dramatic. 5th place is Cassie Foley with Show Me Boar's Top Shelf. Your 4th place exhibitor is Grace Ellis with RBMG Dancing in the Dark. 3rd place is Scarlett Kreisel with JDHN Aerial. 2nd place will go to Riley White with CNWT Newton Boar's Whiskey Sunrise. And your top exhibitor in class number 6, percentage does 12 to 16 months, is Colton Westfall with RBMG Color Me Crazy. Entering the ring now is class number 7 of your yearling percentage does, 16 to 20 months. Our random drug selector has selected 10th place to undergo our drug testing out of this class. 10th place will go under testing. Our judges have made their decisions. We will now excuse the rail here in class number 7 of our yearling percentage does of 16 to 20 months.
in there. I would say it's there. Okay. Run down the rest of it. The rest of it, like. There we go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're good. Okay. I like it. Okay.
Well, I tell you guys, if you can't get pretty excited about this set of class of does, you need to check your pulse. Now, there's some beasts in this class and tremendous quality on the top end. We think it's really close with the top pair, and we wouldn't argue either way. We both, all three of us have debated both of these does when you get into them. The difference we see in the red paint doe's one that when you get right in front of her, she's more opened up through her chest floor. She tracks wider coming at you. She's one who's just more extended about her hip. She's higher her pin set, and she's one that's just phenomenal in terms of rib shape. We think just an incredible doe to win the class. The doe that's going to come second, you watch her go away from you. She's the best from the hock to the ground. She's the squarest from her hock. She's one that you really like off of her rear leg. She's one that's got phenomenal muscle shape. I mean, she got one of them J-Lo hinds on her, partner. I mean, big butted and big backed when you get into her. But she's a little rounder. She's just a nickel rounder hipped in terms of her shape. She's just a little rounder in terms of her composition. Maybe doesn't soften quite as much in her rib, but man, she's so big-bodied and she's so three-dimensional. That's a phenomenal female. The doe that's going to come third, I told the young lady, not sure she didn't get in the watermelon patch before she came. She is so full and she's almost overly full, and I think it's affecting her movement just a little bit out here. We like this doe in terms of balance and kind. We think she's just a little more uniformly put together in terms of how her shoulder ties into her. She's undoubtedly has an advantage in terms of breed character about her head and horn than the doe that's going to follow her in the drive. We'd just like to open her up a little bit when you get right behind her, but we think a phenomenal doe. There's a lot of things about this gal coming out next that you have to appreciate. Maybe one of the more exotic necked ones when she gets into out here. You love this one in terms of length of body and how maternal she is in her underline sweep. But then she gets a little bit piecey in her kind. She is the one you'd like to change her head. You undoubtedly got to change the horn on this one. It gets just a little flared and just a little wild for us. Gets just a nickel easier in her top. But she's also one of the leaner ones of the set on the top end, and I think you have to appreciate her from that perspective. The red paint that's going to come out next, I think one that, as you just study her from a three-dimensional and a three-quarter view, she's phenomenal in terms of with the chest. She's a big bladed one when you get into her. But I don't know that that's not to her disadvantage. She's almost out of her skeleton in terms of where her elbow sits into her. We like this gal in terms of one who's got some body and mass. I think compared to the ones directly above her, gets just a nickel plainer in terms of her shoulder shape and how she's designed out here. The red doe that's going to come out next, we think no big holes in her, but nothing it just says, I'm the Mac Daddy in this class. You like her in terms of one who's fairly straight line. She's got a nice head on her. She's got some bone, but then she just doesn't have enough three-dimensional shape. She's too narrow when you get underneath her for us. We think just kind of a nice female. The one the young lady's got that's going to drop out next, big-chested one. It's got tremendous amount of power. She wants to funnel back to her pin set a little more than we'd prefer. We'd like to open her up out of her hip. Sure like to lay her back in her shoulder just a little bit in terms of the angle of how she reaches out of her front end. The doe the young lady's got coming next, if we could put as much power from her hip back as she's got from the fifth rib forward, we could get pretty geeked up about that one. She's cool in her pattern. She's really good in terms of how her shoulder lays into her fore rib, but then she just flattens a little more than we'd prefer. When you get back through her thurls and down into her lower stifle, you watch her go, and she just wants to set on her outside toes a little heavier than we'd prefer, like to square her up to the ground. Big extended one in this Cape doe that's going to drop out next. One that I think you have to appreciate her when you see her on profile. It's when you get underneath this female, she just gets narrower chested, she gets flatter in her rib shape. One that we'd like to power up in terms of composition. The big red doe, kind of the same thing. Big, high growth, extreme pattern one. gets too straight in her shoulder, too straight in her angles off both ends of her skeleton. For us, we got to make her just more three-dimensional in terms of roundness of rib and boldness of shape. Black doe's got a little more power to her, but gets just a little plainer, doesn't quite have the growth and performance. Phenomenal class, guys. Give these kids a nice round of applause, if you would.
Congratulations to our exhibitors here in Class 7, another large class in our percentage division, 16 to 20 months. The top 10 are as follows. In 10th place is Maddie Boyd, showing Blue Gainey's Mercy Me. 9th place goes to Ashley K. Gurley, showing Birdsong Boar's Snowy Rose. 8th place goes to Macy Elliott, showing EFSG Queen of Hearts. Our 7th place exhibitor is Kylie Gorka with NF3 Newton Farms Rodeo Rose. 6th place was Rylan Sherwood with RMR3 Rebel Red Bell. 5th place was Eliana Sand with SCA 16 Midnight Rain. Your 4th place exhibitor was Chloe Boitnott, showing BSMF Smokin' Southern Blaze. Your 3rd place exhibitor is Bailey Brumfield, showing NF3 Newton Farms Record High. 2nd place goes to Colton Schaefer with SFJ The Lucky One. Your top exhibitor here in class number 7 is McCoy Llewellyn with BLEV IJ Farms Diesel's Spring. Again, that is your results of class number 7. We now have class number 8 of our yearling percentage does, 20 to 24 months. In this class, our 3rd place exhibitor will undergo our random drug testing. 3rd place of class number 8.
Well, I drew the short straw on this one because this was a difficult class for us. Honestly, we diverted on our type a little bit. There were some does that standing here I love, moving I don't love quite so much. So it became really difficult. This black-headed doe, when they walked in, I wasn't like, yeah, that's going to be my class winner, but she winds up winning the class because she is sound structured. She gets around well. She's tall fronted, smooth shouldered, really elevated in the way that neck comes up out of that shoulder, long down her spine from a profile. Would like to see her a little wider at the pins, carry that down to the hocks and down to the ground, but she gets around well, puts that together in a pretty stout, long-bodied, nice profiling package. The doe winds up in second I really like, and I personally think 30 pounds ago she was probably one heck of a doe. She's put on too much condition, starting to round her out in her breastplate, gets her too deep in that forerib compared to her flank and makes her kind of drag those back feet around. I just need her to take a more graceful stride, fill her track when she's getting around the ring. Standing there, I like a whole lot of things about her. I like how that neck blends into that shoulder. I like how vertical that neck comes up out of the shoulder. I love her overall mass and width. She's just got too much condition on her to be any better, higher placing to win the class today. The doe that winds up in third from a profile, I'd sure like to fix some things in her in terms of strength of top line. She gets a little weak in that area. She gets a little straight in her hocks, but again, in terms of soundness of structure, the doe can get around. She's probably a little fresher in her condition than particularly the does on either side of her. She's long-sided, she's tall-fronted, and more importantly, she's sound structured. The doe that winds up here in the fourth hole, again, one that's standing there, I like a lot of things about her. She's wide-chested. She's big round rib. She's also really splayed in those toes. She also just tracks out a little narrow and weaker as she's moving away from you. And again, another one that's carrying at least 30 pounds too much condition. That was probably a really neat doe, I think. I like the added extension and the sharpness of that neck that she has. The doe coming out next, you like the length of side. She gets a little roached in that top line at times. Gets a little too much set to that hock when you get around behind her. Just gets a little plainer. She's walking away from you, but you love the front end, the femininity, the extension, the height to that front end. This white doe coming out next, just a nice functional doe. She's long-sided, long-fronted, got a lot of curvature to that rib. Just a little plainer when you get your hands on her, feel a little more spine than you do loin edge. Gets a little flatter and narrower through the center and lower portions of the leg as she's walking away from you. Doe coming out next wants to turn those front feet out a little bit, gets a little weaker in the top line. Gets a lot of restriction off that right rear portion of her hip as she's getting around the ring. And then the black doe just comes out a little piecey, not quite as organized in her skeleton. Just would like to see her a little more fluid in the way she's put together and the way she gets around. But difficult class for us to sort. Let's give these kids a hand for working hard, staying up late.
Great job again to our exhibitors here in Class 8 yearling percentage does, 20 to 24 months. Our exhibitors fall as follows. 8th place was Kristen Stockberger, showing RBMG O'Fallon. Your 7th place exhibitor was Samantha Sullivan, showing KNOXL Chickapop. 6th place was Lauren Sutton with Cass Beluga. 5th place goes to Samantha Sullivan, showing Knox's Good One Honey. 4th place will go to Wilson Kegley with WK5SL BNK Fashionista. Your 3rd place exhibitor was Logan Holland with KDCL Bentley Ray. 2nd place goes to Tucker Llewellyn with PF08 Supergirl. And your top exhibitor in Class 8 was Faithlyn Scholl with CJSF Angel Eyes. As results of class number 8, just a reminder, our champion percentage pictures will be taken tonight. Champion percentage pictures will be taken tonight, just as a reminder. You are now watching the yearling percentage drive.
Well, we've had a wonderful set of yearling females out here in our percentage drive. If you would, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young people on a nice set of females they've brought to us tonight. I think when you get out these three class winners and as well as their contemporaries that stood second to them, I realize we've got some diversity with respect to phenotype out here, and we don't apologize for that. That's just kind of how it shakes out. You know, you don't always have 5 or 6 or 7 of that thing you're looking for, but you try to piece together those things that fit together, that make some logical sense. And I think all three of us have agreed all night that composition becomes extremely important. Sometimes we get a little carried away with bucket love and we lose control of things just a little bit sometimes, just in terms of trying to keep these goats fresh enough to have the right look through their front ends. I think when you get them out here, we are in total agreement that we think there's 2 does out here that kind of separate themselves just in terms of phenotype, in terms of look, in terms of balance. The female we're going to make champion in the group's one that we like extremely well, just in terms of muscularity, in terms of power. I think when you set this one in motion, it's just angle of hock and shoulder and how she gets out and reaches off of her rear two that sets her apart. She's a female that's phenomenal in terms of chest and forearm. We just love the center body shape, and then compositionally, she's extremely good. There's a thing or two we'd change about her, perhaps, but just a nice female. The reserve does one, I think that you really have to admire just the softness in. She's one who's extremely pliable, middled when you get into her. Again, another one that's sound and functional in her kind. Maybe doesn't hook quite as nice through the apex of her shoulder into her neck. Maybe not quite as nice when you get right down her top, but still a beautiful female. It's been our pleasure, guys. One more time, give these kids a nice round of applause. I'll go get your champion in reserve.
Your reserve yearling champion was shown by McCoy Llewellyn. That is BLEV IJ Farms Diesel's Spring. Your champion in the yearling percentage class is Colton Westfall, showing RBMG Color Me Crazy. Again, percentage pictures will be taken tonight. Champion percentage pictures will be taken tonight yet. As soon as our pictures are taken, we'll be moving on to class number 9, our senior percentage does of 24 to 36 months. And lined up, and we are good to go. Here comes class number 9 of our senior percentage does, 24 to 36 months. There are 5 entries in this class. Random selector has chosen 4th place to undergo testing afterwards. 4th place will undergo testing here in class number 9.
Start off this senior drive, a phenomenal individual to lead off this class, a traditional doe that just really comes out and strikes you hard. She's elevated, extended, just has such poise about that front third, a doe that's got plenty of bone work to her. She's got plenty of flexibility about her, a doe that having been in production, we certainly appreciate that. And man, when she just floats around easy and sets herself up, just the epitome of a female and what a female should be, with that flexibility and that depth of side, and still feminine but carrying the power. We love the power in her skull, the breed character that this doe brings us. Just a beautiful example of a Bordeaux. We move into our second place individual individual, the young lady's black doe, one that's still elevated. She's still long-sighted. She just gets a notch plainer in terms of her overall design. We love the big, powerful head that she's got. She roaches up a little bit over that loin. She's just not quite as expressive out of that rear leg or as wide from both ends, but a doe that is certainly functional and sound, and we really appreciate that. Gentleman's doe that comes in third place here in this set, an individual that we talk about again, function and soundness. This is a doe that can do it all day long. When you compare her to the does that stand above her in the class, she just gets outpowered. She's an individual that's just not quite as expressive or wide from end to end or over that top and into that rear leg.
Your results of class number 9, senior percentage does, 24 to 36 months, are as follows. In third place was Tyler Stollifer with BWF5 Run Like a Rebel. Second place was Taylon Davis with OIHE Black Licorice. And first was Olivia Rosemeyer with 5RF Square Shooter. Your results for class number 9. Moving in now is class number 10. Senior percentage does, 36 plus months. Our random selector in this class has selected fourth place to undergo testing. Fourth place here in class number 10. There should be 14 entries in this class number 10.
Well, as we get into these older females, we think a really nice set of does out here, and a set that there's a lot of differences in kind. Some of them have started to lose that girlish figure just a little bit, but some of them have maintained quite well in terms of the age that they're showing at. We think this white-eared doe is just pretty powerful. She's the big-bodied one. She's the one that's massive in terms of three-dimensional design. She's really got a tremendous amount of power in her. She's so much rounder in her ribs. She's softer in her flank. She's more three-dimensional when you get behind her compared to the doe in second. If we were to change her, you'd like to neaten her breastplate just a little bit. I think maturity's starting to show on her just a little bit there. But that's a beautiful female to win the class. It's red-legged doe. It's going to drop second. Now, you're talking about one that is long-spined and tall-fronted. She's really got that. You love this one when you see her propped up on profile, tremendously extended in her kind. She's long out of her rump. She's still cool in her front end. And she's quite a bit leaner than the doe that precedes her into class. But then you get behind her, and you just like to make her more three-dimensional in terms of her rib shape. She gets just a little flat. She's just a little narrower and harder as she goes behind. But we think a beautiful female. This little doe that's going to come third, you say, well, there's not a lot of her. But there's a whole lot in that little bit of doe, too. She is so balanced. She's so refined in terms of quality of front end. She's extremely fresh. Maybe the best hipped, best rumped one in the class, and undoubtedly the leanest one in the class. Yeah, maybe you'd like to power her up a little bit in terms of total mass. But, man, she's just exquisite in terms of front end and head and shoulder and neck. I think a beautiful female to drop third. The black paint that's going to drop out next. Now, that is a big-bodied, bulky one. It's got a tremendous amount of power. I appreciate her from that standpoint. She's one that gets just a little plainer. She's shorter-bodied. She's shorter-hipped. She's one that wants to get just a little shorter and plainer about her front end when you get into her. But, boy, you have to like the body and mass and how she's held her skeleton together to this standpoint. Set her in motion, maybe gets just a touch stilty for us, but I think a nice female. The red-necked one is going to drop out next. We think, obviously, bigger skeleton when you get into her. But she's one who wants to splay out of her front end just a little bit. She wants to taper it quite a bit more when you get right out behind her. She's one we'd like to peel some of that grease out of her forerib when you get into her to balance her back through her rear flank. Big, bulky one. It's kind of lost her girlish figure a little bit that's coming out next. But still one that's really got her neck set on the top of her shoulder. She's a nice-headed kind of a doe that looks a little older just when you get her out here. Sure, nothing wrong with that. She just doesn't balance out of her hip and hind leg today. The red paint that's going to drop out next, another doe that you appreciate from a standpoint of length of body. Gets a little more tucked up and harder in her rib. She's undoubtedly straighter and more upright in her shoulder. We got to set that one in just a touch more comfortable when put in motion. Young man's doe that's going to drop out next. Massive chested rascal. I mean, this thing really opens up when you get underneath her. But then you get her on profile and you see the issue. She just gets plainer about her shoulder. She's deeper in her chest. She's one that's belly wall starting to break loose in her just a little bit on her. We'd like to open her up out of her hip and hind leg and make her more functional for us. The red-caped one that's going to come next, really another one of these does that's really big-chested, but one that just gets a little ill-made out of her, structurally out of her front end and behind. We'd like to give her a touch more power when you get into her, balance her in terms of that rear rib to chest floor combination. Then the red doe that's completes our top 10, long-bodied, super extended one. Here's a female that we'd like to see just a little more productive in her look in terms of where her flank sets in her. She is a wide-chested old rascal when you get into her. Needs more bone, needs just more body to her. Wonderful class of these old does, guys. Congratulations.
Congratulations, class number 10, senior percentage does of 36-plus months. Our 10th place exhibitor was Bailey Vogel with Knox's Shot of Brown Sugar Chick. 9th place goes to Rebecca Sullivan with Knox's Sugar Baby. 8th place, Christian Stockberger with BG1 Legends Dream. 7th place goes to Rebecca Sullivan with Knox's Stuff D Snapchat Good. 6th place, Logan Holland with KDCL Aurora Borealis. 5th place goes to Samantha Sullivan with Knox's Lollapalooza. Fourth place, Victoria Gammons with 1DRLA Yin Yang. Third place is Katie McCauley with GGNM Don't Mess With My Destiny. Our second place exhibitor is Rylan Sherwood with RMR3 Rebel Mountain Majesty. And your top exhibitor in class number 10 is Bailey Brumfield with JRJSG Lady Gaga. Coming in the ring right now is our senior percentage drive. Division winners line up in the holding area. Division winners, if you have not lined up in the holding area, please do so. We will have our champion percentage drive, followed by our 12-plus pairs, followed by Get of Sire, Produce of Dam, and Doe Herd. Ladies and gentlemen, and a decision has been made. The Junior ABGA Full Blood Show will start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Enjoy your sleep tonight. Junior ABGA Full Blood Show starting at 9 a.m. Prompt. We'll have our prayer and our national anthem at 8:30.
Let me say that it has been a pleasure to evaluate, especially these senior does. We have, if you can't tell, have enjoyed our time out here immensely. When you get out here and you've got a set of really nice senior does to start with, does that bring you functionality, breed character, correctness. They've got depth of side, they've got length, they move fluidly and move well. They have so much to offer any program, no matter what your goal is. There's just some phenomenal does out here in this senior drive. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. We are in complete agreement. We're going to use a doe that is just capacious. She's massive. She's got tons of width. She's got tons of muscle to her. She's up-fronted. She's got the height and scale that you just really love. That's going to be our 36-plus doe for your champion. Phenomenal doe there. Congratulations. And then we're going to follow her with your 2-year-old doe, one that you just absolutely love from a profile. And as she moves about the ring, congratulations, exhibitors. Well done.
Congratulations to those senior exhibitors. Your reserve champion goes to Olivia Rosemeyer, showing 5RF square shooter. And out of the 36-plus month division, your grand champion is shown by Bailey Brumfield. That is JRJSG Lady Gaga. As soon as we get those exhibitors lined back up appropriately, we will have our champion percentage doe drive, followed by our pairs, 12 plus, and then our groups in the order of get of sire, produce of dam, and doe herd. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that live preview for the National Invitational Sale will happen at the conclusion of our show tonight. Again, that sale is Tuesday night at 6:30 in Newmarket Hall, but that live preview will be tonight at the conclusion of the show. On another note, the members meeting that takes place at lunch on Wednesday, kids can go over to Newmarket Hall and watch a movie. That'll be during the members meeting on Wednesday. And in the ring right now is your champion percentage doe drive. We'll need our 12-plus month pairs to be lined up in the holding area at this time. 12-plus month pairs.
Well, it's been fun. I know it's been late for you guys. You've been showing all day. I think that's something we need to keep in mind. As we go do this, we get so much invested here at home. This has to be fun. Like, why do we do this if it's not fun? Fun for the kids. Take some time to go swimming, do what we do, eat junk food. Kids, tell your parents thank you, because this isn't easy. It takes a lot to get a goat to this point, and a lot of things have to go right to win one of these shows. I mean, they have to be born right, which is hard enough, and they have to be fed right, and they have to be exercised right, and you have to have the right judges on the right day. So it is a lot to win one of these shows, and there's going to be a lot of good goats that go home, and they didn't win today, and that doesn't mean they're not good goats. Just means you keep showing, you keep trying to get the whole thing to line up perfectly, and it's not easy. So let's give your parents a round of applause. Parents, give your kids a round of applause. Because everybody's been working hard. It's really long, and it is a whole lot of work, and it's not an easy task. It's been fun. So we came in here, just had to judge the percentage does today, which is nice that they split it up like this. Get out of here at a reasonable time. I was thinking like midnight or something, so we're better than that. Really proud with what we wound up with out here in the champion drive. There's some nice females out here. You know, we didn't spend a lot of time on this champion drive. We looked at them, we talked about it, and we were all in exact agreement on what needed to be done. There's one that just puts it all together in a really nice package. From the skeleton, just made really right, lots of width, lots of volume, especially when you get around behind this girl, big hipped, wide and square when you get around behind her, nice from a profile. We're going to use this senior doe right here for your overall champion. And I think as we go looking for that reserve champion, there's another one that follows her pretty nicely. She's nice from a profile. She's sound structured. But I think of the three that we have left, you get around behind her, she's definitely the widest at the hooks to the pins, carries that down through the stifle, the hocks to the ground. It's going to be your yearling champion right here is going to be reserve.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in the overall champion percentage drive. Your reserve champion goes to Colton Westfall with RBMG Color Me Crazy. And your grand champion tonight is shown by Bailey Brumfield. That is JRJSG Lady Gaga. And as soon as we get our 12-plus pairs lined up, we'll go ahead and run those pairs into the ring. Again, percentage pictures will be taken tonight. Champion percentage pictures will be taken tonight. While they're taking those, you can cast your gaze here in the ring for the live preview of the National Invitational Sale. As soon as our 12 plus pairs go into the ring, we need Get of Sire to go to the hold area. Get of Sire will go into the hold area as soon as 12 plus goes in the ring. Our order is 12 plus, Get of Sire, Produce of Dam, and Doe Herd. That is the order that we will follow. 12 plus should be lined up. Get of Sire, be ready. And entering the ring right now is your percentage 12 plus pairs. Get of Sire, get lined up in the holding area, please. Get of Sire, please get lined up in the holding area. In your 12-plus pairs category, Samantha Sullivan was your champion. Your reserve was Nolan Smith, and that is in the 12-plus pairs category. We'll have Get of Sire in the ring here momentarily once we get our pictures taken. Get of Sire, if you are not lined up in the holding area, please be at this time, followed closely by Produce of Dam. And entering the ring right now is our Get of Sire groups. We should have two of these Get of Sire groups. Produce of Dam, you can get lined up in the holding area right now. Produce of Dam, please get lined up in the holding area. Once again, our Junior ABGA Full Blood Show will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Your grand champion of Get a Sire is Grace Ellis. Reserve champion is Allie Gurley. As soon as those pictures are taken, we'll have Produce of Dam coming into the ring. Produce of Dam, if you're not lined up in the holding area, please do so. Followed closely by our Doe Herd group. We are ready now for our produce of dam groups to come into the ring. Doe herd groups, be ready in the holding area. You are now watching produce of dam walking in. Doe herds, please get lined up, please. Doe herds, please get lined up in the holding pen. Your produce of dam, Grace Ellis showed the grand champion, and Samantha Sullivan was your reserve champion, the produce of dam groups. Well, that concludes our show today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We said before, we will resume tomorrow morning with our junior ABGA full blood show. That starts at 9 a.m. Right now, we will have the preview for the National Invitational Sale